Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Otis-Bison Cougar broadcast. Right now, we will be having the JV girls for both lacrosse,
Good evening and welcome to Otis-Bison High School.
the lacrosse leopards and the Otis-Bison Cougars.
Crosse Lady Leopards. And our own, the Otis-Bison Cougars. The Kansas State High School Activities Association.
Next up will be the national anthem.
Appreciate your support of interscholastic activities and its principal objective. You are reminded that this is an educational event and the practice of good sportsmanship is encouraged by all. Now please stand and honor the American flag, proclaimed in the national anthem by the Otis-Bison Camp Band under the direction of Jay Queen.
And that was the Otis-Bison band.
Let's meet the starters. For the Leopards, number 3.
First up for the starters for the leopards is number 3, Elizabeth Showalter. Next up for the Cougars, you have Johanna Ballman, number 13. Next up for the leopards, you have number 10, Taylor Marvin. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 14, Macy Wilsey. Next up for the leopards, you have number 11, Allie Saltman. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 15, Haley Morrison. Next up for the leopards, you have number 20, Avery Parrott. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. Last up for the leopards, you have number 24, Brooke Herman. And last up for the Cougars, you have number 23, Leela Kenyon. The tip-off will begin shortly. Both teams make their way to the court and get ready for the tip-off. Ball is up, and the ball is with the Cougars. Johanna throwing the ball over to Abby. Back to Johanna. Johanna trying to find her options, throwing it back to Abby. Over to Leela now. Over to Haley. Haley's going to find her options, throwing it over to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw over to Macy now. Over to Haley. Back over to Johanna. Ball falls out of bounds against the Leopards. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to number 24, Abigail. Over to Macy now. Macy going in for 2 points, and it is good. Number 10 making her way back up the court. Over to number 20 now. Over to 24. 24 is going to throw it back to 10. Back over to 20. She's going to try to find her option. Throw it over to 24. Back to 20. 20 going in for 3 points and just barely misses. Now Haley Morrison with the rebound and bringing it back down the court. Over to Macy. Over to Abby now. Over to Johanna. Johanna's going to try to find her options. Throwing it back over to Abby. Back to Johanna. Johanna's going to go for 2 points and just ball falls out of the basket, but Macy rebounds it and tries putting it back in the basket, but the 2 points are no good.
That is a pushing foul on number 32.
Ball is thrown into number 3, over to number 10 now, making her way back up the court. Ball thrown in over to number 20, back over to 24, now over to number 11.
That is a pushing foul. 2 shots.
Ball is up. First shot goes into the basket, which is good for a Leopards point. Number 11 will have one more opportunity for another point for her team. Ball is up. Second shot is no good. Number 20 rebounding the ball, throwing it over to number 10. Oh, back to 20. Into 24, back to 20 once again. Over to number 3, back over to 24. 24 throws it back over to 3. Over to number 10. Back to 24, going in for 2 points, just barely misses. And Johanna Ballman with the rebound, bringing the ball back down the court. Over to Abby. Back over to Haley. Haley's going in for 3 points and just barely misses. She looks like number 10 rebounds the ball. Ball's thrown back over to 24, now back to 10. Over to number 20, going in for 3 points and just barely misses. Looks like number 3 will rebound the ball. Now Johanna having the ball, bringing it back down the court, trying to find her options. Over to Abby now. Abby's going to throw it over to Haley. Haley's going to bring the ball was going to go for a basket, but it's stolen by number 20. Now she's making her way back up the court. Over to number 3 now. Over to number 10. 10 is going to go for 3 points and it is good. Abby now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Over to Haley. Haley is going to try to find her options. Going to try to hand the ball off to Leela, but number 24 for the Leopards steals it and throws it over to number 20. 20 is going to throw it back over to 10. 10 is going to throw it over to number 3, back to 11. 11 trying to go for 2 points, but it's no good. But Johanna Ballman with the rebound, bringing the ball back down the court. Abby trying to find her options now, throwing it over to Haley. Haley is going to throw it over to Johanna, but ball just slips out of her hands and falls out of bounds. Turned over to the Leopards. Number 3 will be throwing the ball over to number 10. 10 going to go for 3 points and just barely misses. Abigail Rodriguez with the rebound, bringing it back down the court. Trying to find her options.
I believe that is a carry.
Number 10 will be throwing the ball over to number 3, back to 10. 10 will be trying to find her options, throwing over to number 20, back over to 3, back to 10 once more. Over to number 20. Back over to 24 now. 24 is going to throw it back to 10. 10 is going to throw it over to number 20. 20 going inside to go for 2 points, and it is good for a Leopards 2-point. Ball thrown over to Macy, back to Johanna. Johanna's making her way back down the court and is going to throw it over to Abby. Abby's going to find her options, throwing it over to Haley, over to Macy, back over to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw it over to Haley.
That is a block.
Johanna will be throwing the ball in to number 15, Haley Morrison. Back to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw the ball over to Macy. Macy going in for 2 points and just barely misses. Looks like number 25 rebounds the ball and hands it off to number 10, making her way back up the court.
Out on the Cougars.
Ball thrown in to number 3 from number 10. 3 is going to throw it back to 10. 10 is going to find her options, throwing it over to number 24. Ball thrown in to number 20. 20 is going to throw it back over to 10. 10 over to 20 once more, going for 3 points. And it is good for a Leopards 3-point. Abby making her way back down the court. She's going to throw it over to Haley. Haley's going to find her option down, throwing it back over to Johanna. Over to Abby now. Back to Johanna once more. Into the center to Macy.
Holding on.
Johanna will be throwing the ball in.
Restraining line.
Looks like number 23 will be throwing the ball in to number 10. Making her way back up the court. Over to intended for number 23, but the ball flies overhead and goes out of bounds. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Abby, making her way back down the court. Back to Johanna. Over to Macy now. Back over to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw it over to Abby. Going to the center to Haley, but the ball goes out of bounds against the Leopards. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Haley. Haley's trying to go for 2 points, but is stopped by number 20. Ball intended for number 10, but Abigail Rodriguez steals the ball. Looks like one of the Leopards went out of bounds. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to number 15, Haley Morrison. Haley, ball was intended for Abby, but number 23 steals it and bringing it back down the court, or up the court. Trying to go for 2 points, but Abigail Rodriguez steals the ball and bringing it back down the court. Over to Haley Morrison, going in for 2 points. Just barely misses. Looks like she rebounds the ball again.
Leopards 25, block.
Johanna will be throwing the ball in. to number 20 or 32, Leela Kenyon. Over to Abby now. Over to Haley. Haley's going to throw it over to Johanna, going in for 2 points, and it is good for a Cougars 2 point. Number 10 making her way back up the court. Over to number 20 going in for 3 points, and it is good. Johanna making her way back down the court. Johanna's going to find her options, throwing it over to Haley, going for 3 points. No good. It looks like number 20 rebounds the ball and bringing it back up the court and throwing it off to number 10. 10's going to find her options now. Over to number 23. Over to number 24 now. 24 is going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Abby making her way back down the court. Looks like she's going to throw the ball off to Macy. Over to Johanna now. Over to Haley. Haley's going to throw the ball over to Abby. Looks like number 10 rebounds the ball and bringing it back up the court. Over to number 20 now. 20 is going to find her options. Over to 23. Over to number 24 now. 24 going for 2 points, but is no good. Johanna Bauman rebounds it and hands it off to Macy. Back to Johanna. Making her way back down the court. Looks like she's going to throw the ball back over to Abby. Back to Johanna. Johanna's going to find her options and going to hand it off to Haley, going in for 2 points, and it is no good. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Abby. Over to Macy now.
That is a pushing on Macy. No. 2 shots.
Ball is up. The first shot is no good. Macy will have one more chance to get a point for her team. Ball is up. Second shot is good for a Cougars point. Ball is thrown over to number 3, making her way back up the court. Over to number 23 now, going for 3 points. Just barely misses, looks like. Looks like number 14 accidentally fell out of bounds with the ball. Turnover to the Cougars. Looks like Abby will be throwing the ball in to Johanna. Johanna's going to go for a long shot. Just barely misses the basket. That is the end of the first quarter. Welcome back to the second quarter of the game. Looks like Macy will be throwing the ball over to Abby. Abby will be throwing the ball back over to Macy. Back over to Johanna now. Johanna's going to throw it over to Haley. Haley's going to find her options. Over to Johanna once more. Over to the center to Macy there.
Black number 23, 2 shots on Macy.
Ball is up, and the first shot is no good for a Cougar point. Macy will have one more opportunity for a point for her team. Ball is up. Second shot is no good. Looks like number 10, which is Taylor Marvin, rebounds the ball and it accidentally falls out of bounds. Ball will remain with the Leopards. Taylor will be throwing the ball in to number 3, which is Elizabeth. Elizabeth making her way back up the court over to 23, which is Alexa. Over to number 10. Taylor going in for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Abby now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Ball thrown over to Johanna, going in for 3 points, and it is good. Taylor now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Gonna hand it off to Brooke, over to Elizabeth, back to Brooke again, over to Michaela, over to Taylor. Taylor is gonna find her options.
.24 white hold.
Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in to Brooke Herman. Macy getting the ball now, bringing it back down the court, handing it off to Abby. Abby's going to throw it back over to Macy, over to Johanna now. Johanna's going to put the ball in the basket, which is no good for 2 points. Taylor having the ball, bringing it back up the court, over to Alexa. Alexa's going to be handing the ball off to Brooke. Macy stopping the ball from going to the basket, handing it off to Abby. Over to Destiny Mitchell now. Ball intended for Haley, but looks like Brooke catches the ball instead, but falls out of bounds. The ball will remain with the Cougars. Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Haley. Over to Destiny Mitchell now. Back over to Haley. Over to Johanna again. Johanna going in for 2 points. It is no good, but looks like Allie receives the ball and hands it off to Taylor, making her way back up the court. Over to number 3, Elizabeth. Over to 23. Over to Alexa. Over to Taylor now. Taylor's going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for a Leopards 2 point. Abby making her way back down the court. Gonna throw it over to Haley. Ball almost goes out of bounds. Haley having the ball and throwing it over to Destiny Mitchell, going in for 3 points, which is no good. Abby with the rebound, throwing it over to Johanna. Back to Haley, or not Haley, over to Abby now. Macy Wilsey rebounding the ball after Abby shoots, throwing it over to Destiny. Over to Haley now. Haley's gonna find her options.
Black number 23 hold.
Looks like Macy will be throwing the ball in to Destiny Mitchell. Over to Macy again.
Black 11 was pushing, and Macy will have 2 shots.
Ball was up, and it looks like the first shot was no good, I want to say. Ball is up. Second shot is good for a Cougar point. Taylor now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Over to number 14, Hannah. Taylor rebounding the ball after Hannah's shot. Back over to Hannah. Over to Brooke now. Looks like the ball stumbles from Brooke's hands and falls out of bounds. Johanna throwing the ball over to Abby. Abby making her way back down the court. Over to Johanna now. Back over to Abby. Over to Macy, going in for 2 points. It is no good, but it looks like she rebounds the ball. Throwing it over to Johanna. Back over to Destiny Mitchell now. Over to Johanna. Back over to Destiny.
Destiny Mitchell was double dribbling.
Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in to number 14, Hannah. Over to Hannah once more after she receives it from Taylor. Over to Allie. Allie's going to throw it over to Alexa, or not Alexa, Elizabeth. Macy rebounding the ball and throwing it over to Abby, throwing the ball over to Haley. Looks like there was a call on the court. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in to Elizabeth, making her way back down the court, or up the court. Looks like she's going to try to throw the ball over to Taylor, but looks like Abby steals it and bringing it back down the court. Over to Destiny. Over to Haley now. Haley's going to go for 3 points, and it is good.
Thirty-second timeout on the Leopards.
Looks like the Cougars return to the court, as well do the Leopards. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball back into Elizabeth. Over to Taylor again. Taylor making her way back up the court. Ball was thrown over to Avery. Over to Michaela. Over to Taylor, it looks like. Back to Avery, but the ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Taylor will be throwing the ball in to Elizabeth. Elizabeth trying to find her options. Going to throw it over to Brooke. Brooke trying to go for 3 points, but is no good.
That was a pushing call.
Looks like Abby will have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up. First shot is no good. Looks like Avery throws the ball over to Taylor, making her way back up the court. Looks like she's going to throw it over to Brooke. Not Brooke, over to Michaela. Now Elizabeth having the ball. Throwing it back over to Michaela. Over to Taylor again. Taylor's going to find her options. Throwing it over to Avery. Avery's going to go for 3 points, but it just barely misses. Macy Wilsey with the rebound, bringing it back down the court, throwing it over to Johanna, over to Abby now. Looks like Avery tries stealing the ball.
Out on the Cougars? No, Leopards.
Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to Haley. Over to Abby now, making her way back over to their side of the court. Throwing it over to Haley now.
Leopards number 25 had blocking. 2 shots for Haley.
Ball is up. First shot is good for a Cougars point. Haley will have one more opportunity for another point for her team. Ball is up. Second shot is good for another point. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in. Over to Elizabeth. Over back to Taylor, making her way back up the court. Back over to Elizabeth now. Elizabeth's going to throw the ball over to Brooke. Looks like there's looks like something's going on the court. Taylor will be throwing the ball in over to Brooke, back over to Taylor, over to Avery now. Avery's going to find her options, throwing it back over to Elizabeth, but Macy stealing the ball, bringing it back down the court, throwing it over to Johanna. Ball is back over to Haley now. Haley's going to find her options, but looks like she was caught traveling. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in. Intended for Avery, but looks like Johanna gets there instead and throwing it over to Haley now. Ball is intended for Macy, but looks like Taylor steals the ball and bringing it back down or up the court. Over to Brooke now. Over to Elizabeth. Over to Michaela. Back to Taylor. Taylor's going to find her options, throwing it over to Brooke.
Brooke was caught traveling.
Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to Destiny Mitchell. Over to Haley now. Haley going in for 3 points and just barely misses, but looks like number 25, Michaela, rebounds the ball and throwing it over to Taylor.
Double dribbling.
Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to intended for Destiny Mitchell, but looks like Michaela gets there instead and throwing it over to Avery, making her way back up the court. Over to Michaela now, back over to Elizabeth. Elizabeth trying to find her options, throwing it over to Brooke, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. Destiny Mitchell with the rebound. Over to Johanna Ballman now, bringing the ball back down the court. Over to Abby, over to Haley now. Haley's going to throw the ball back to Destiny, over to Johanna. Johanna is going to throw the ball in the basket, put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Looks like Taylor having the ball, bringing it back down or up the court. Taylor trying to find her options. Going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is no good.
Taylor was caught traveling.
Ball is thrown in over to Macy, back to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw the ball over to over to Abby. Ball thrown over to Macy now. And it looks like Macy is thrown to the ground. Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to Haley, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Over to Taylor now, bringing the ball back up the court. Over to Elizabeth. Or not Elizabeth, Avery. Ball falls out of bounds. Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to Macy, back to Johanna. Johanna's going to try to find her options. Throwing it over to Haley. Back to Abby, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. Looks like the ball fell out of bounds against the Leopards, or against the Cougars. Ball is thrown in over to Avery, making her way back up the court. Over to Brooke now. Brooke's going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. That is the end of the first half. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to the second half of the game. Looks like the Cougars will be starting off. Johanna throws it over to Abby. Over to Haley now. Haley's going to find her options. Throw it over to Johanna. Over to Macy now. Back to Johanna. Over to Haley now again. Back to Abby. Over to Johanna. Johanna's going to try to go for 2 points, but it's no good. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in over to Elizabeth. Looks like Macy was pushed out of bounds and now turned over to the Cougars. Johanna throws the ball over to Abby. Back to Johanna. Over to Haley now. Haley's going to find her options. She's going to throw it over to Johanna. Going to go for 2 points, which is good for a Cougars 2 point. Looks like Elizabeth for the Leopards is bringing the ball back down the court. Over to Taylor now. Taylor's going to throw it over to Avery. Over to Allie. Now over to Brooke. Over to Elizabeth now. Back over to Taylor. Taylor's going to find her options. Throwing it over to Brooke, going in for 3 points and just barely misses. Looks like Avery rebounds the ball and throws it over to Elizabeth.
White, number 32, hold. The Leopards will have a chance for 2 points.
The ball is up. The first shot is good. Looks like Elizabeth will have one more opportunity to get another point for the Leopards. Ball is up. The second shot is no good. Looks like Johanna rebounds the ball and is bringing it back up the court. Throws it over to Abby. Back to Johanna. Johanna is going to find her options. Throw it over to Destiny Mitchell. Back over to Johanna. Johanna's going to go for 3 points, and it is good. Looks like Elizabeth for the Leopards will be bringing the ball back down the court. Is going to hand it off to Brooke. Over to Elizabeth. Back over to Avery. Avery's going to find her options. Throwing it back over to Brooke. Brooke's going to now find hers and is going to throw it over to Elizabeth, but
She will be caught traveling.
Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to Destiny. Back to Johanna, making her way back to the Cougar side. Johanna is going to find her options. Going to throw it over to Macy. Ball falls out of her, just bounces off of her, and looks like it is a turnover to the Leopards. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball over to Elizabeth. Back over to Taylor, making her way back down the court. Over to Avery, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Allie rebounds the ball and is going to try to put the ball in the basket. Looks like she's going to throw the ball over to Abigail, making her way back over to the Cougars side. Back over to Johanna, over to Destiny Mitchell now. Back over to Haley. Haley's going to find hers now. Throwing it over to Johanna. Johanna's not.
Block number 20 was caught pushing.
Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in to number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. Back to Johanna. Back to Abby, trying to find her options. Throwing it over to Macy. Back over to Destiny Mitchell now. Back to Abby. Over to Haley once more.
Block number 11 was caught blocking.
Looks like Macy will be throwing the ball in over to Haley. Back to Johanna now, going in for 3 points. The shot is good for 3. Looks like Alexa is bringing the ball back down the court. But it looks like the Leopards call it for a timeout. For a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Looks like the Leopards return to the court. As well did the Cougars. Looks like Taylor for the Leopards will be throwing the ball in. Over to number 24, Brooke. Throwing the ball over to Allie now. Allie's going to find her options. Throwing it back over to Taylor. Taylor's going to find hers. Trying to go for 2 points, but it is no good.
White number 24 was pushing. That is a possible 2 points, for the Leopards.
Ball is up. First shot is no good. The Leopards will have one more opportunity for another point for their team. Ball is up. Second shot is also not good. Looks like Allie rebounds the ball. Throwing it over to Brooke. Putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Abby making her way back over to the Cougar side. Trying to find her options. Over to Destiny Mitchell. Over to Macy. Back to Destiny. Destiny trying to find her options now. Looks like she's going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is good for a Cougars 2-point. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball over to Brooke.
White number 14 was caught pushing.
Looks like the Leopards will keep the ball. Taylor will be throwing the ball over to Hannah. Hannah's going to hand the ball back over to Taylor, making her way back down the court.
She was caught traveling.
Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball over to Abby, making her way over to the Cougar side. Over to Destiny Mitchell now. Destiny trying to find her options.
Block number 14 was caught pushing.
Hit it. Looks like. Oh. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in full over to Hannah, making her way back over to the Leopards side. Looks like she's going to now try to find her options. Throwing it over to Brooke now. Or not Brooke, over to Allie. Allie's going to find hers and throwing it over to Taylor. Taylor's going to throw it over to Hannah. Back over to Brooke now. Looks like the ball falls out of her hands, and looks like Haley recovers it and bringing it back over to the Cougar side.
That is out on white.
Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball over to Brooke. Back to Taylor, making her way back over to the Leopard side. Over to Allie.
Allie was caught traveling.
Johanna will be throwing the ball over to Abby. Back to Johanna. Johanna's going to make her way back over to the Cougar side. Back over to Macy now. Putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points.
The Cougars called a 30-second timeout.
Looks like the Cougars return to the court. As well do the Leopards. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball over to Hannah, making her way over to the Leopard side. Ball intended for Brooke, but looks like Haley's there to steal it and bringing it back over to the Cougar side. Throwing it over to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw it back over to Macy. Over to Destiny Mitchell now. Over to Abby.
Destiny Mitchell was caught traveling.
Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball over to Michaela. But looks like the ball falls out of bounds against the Leopards. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball over to Haley, or not Haley, over to Abby. Now over to Destiny Mitchell now, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. It looks like Avery rebounds the ball and bringing it over to the Leopard side. Throwing it over to Taylor. Taylor's going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for a Leopards 2-point. Macy's going to throw the ball over to Abby. Abby's making her way back over to the Cougar side. Over to Haley now. Back to Abby. Abby's going to throw it back over to Macy, going in for 2 points, but it's no good. Johanna Ballman with the rebound, putting it in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Taylor making her way back over to the Leopard side. Looks like she's going to try to put the ball in the basket, but is no good.
White number 24 was caught blocking? Colliding. It is a possible 2 points for the Leopards.
Ball is up, and it is no good for the first shot. Looks like Taylor will have one more opportunity for another point for her team. Ball is up. Second shot is also not good, but looks like Michaela with the rebound, putting it in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Abby now having the ball, bringing it back down the court, up the court over to the Cougar side. Over to Destiny Mitchell now. Over to Abby. Abby's going to find her options. Throwing it over to Destiny, going in for 3 points. And it barely misses, but looks like Abby tries to rebound the ball. And she's going to throw it over to Johanna now. Ball intended for Abby, but falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Leopards. Looks like Taylor's going to throw the ball over to Hannah. Back to Taylor, making her way back down the court to the Leopard side. Over to Avery now. Over to Hannah, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. Johanna Bowman with the rebound, making her way back to the Cougars side. Over to Destiny Mitchell. Destiny's going to try to go for 2 points and just barely misses. Haley with the rebound. Looks like Avery now having the ball. Looks like the ball will remain with the Leopards. Looks like Hannah will be throwing the ball over to Elizabeth, making her way back to the Leopards side. Elizabeth trying to find her options, throwing it back over to Avery. To the inside to Brooke, back to Avery, over to Hannah, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Johanna Bowman with the rebound, making her way back to the Cougar side. Going to throw it over to Abby. Abby's going to throw it over to Destiny Mitchell now. Destiny Mitchell goes for 2 points, but is no good, and looks like now Elizabeth for the Leopards has the ball, bringing it back down the court. Over to Avery. Avery's going to throw it to number 24, Brooke, and back to Avery, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Johanna now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Throwing it over to Destiny Mitchell. Over to Abby now. Abby's trying to find her options. Over to Johanna. Johanna's going to find her options. Looks like she's going to try to going to throw it over to Abby.
It is out on the Cougars with 0.9 seconds to go.
Looks like Elizabeth will be throwing the ball in over to Hannah. Looks like Destiny knocks the ball out of bounds, and the ball is turned. That will conclude the third quarter. Looks like both teams return to the court. The Cougars will be starting off with the ball this time, throwing it over to Abby now, making her way over to the Cougar side. Over to Destiny Mitchell, back to Abby, going in for 3 points. Ball just barely misses, falls out of it, and now number 3, Elizabeth, having the ball, bringing it over to the Leopards side. Elizabeth is going to pass the ball off to Avery. Avery going in for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Hannah rebounds the ball, throwing it over to Elizabeth again. Elizabeth trying to go for 2 points, but is no good.
It is out on the Leopards. Cougars ball.
Johanna throws the ball over to Abby, making her way over to the Cougar side. Over to Destiny Mitchell now. Back to Macy. Ball over to Abby now. Going to throw the ball back to Macy. Back to Abby once more. Back to Destiny Mitchell. Over to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw it over to Haley. Looks like there's a call on court. Looks like there was holding against the Leopards. Johanna will throw the ball over to Macy. Back to Abby now. Abby throws it over to Macy. Back over to Destiny, going for 3 points. Just barely misses. Johanna Bowman with the rebound. Handed off to Abby, going in for 2 points now, but is no good. Haley rebounding the ball, throwing it over to Macy.
Number 14, White, was caught holding.
Looks like Hannah will be throwing the ball over to Brooke, but looks like Johanna and Haley stopped the ball. Looks like ball is now turned back over to the Leopards after Brooke steals it again, bringing it over to the Leopards side. Over to Elizabeth, going for 2 points, and it is good for a Leopards 2 point.
White, number 34, was caught pushing. It is a 1 shot, I believe, for the Leopards.
32. Ball is up, and it is good for a Leopards point. Looks like Abby having the ball, bringing it over to Destiny Mitchell. But it looks like the ball flies over her head and falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Leopards again. Hannah will be throwing the ball in. In over to Avery, making her way back to the Leopards side. Off to Michaela, now over to Brooke. Now over to Elizabeth, putting the ball in the basket, which is good for a Leopards 2 point. Abby now having the ball, bringing it back up the court over to the Leopards side. Now Leela having the ball, throwing it back over to Abby, over to Destiny Mitchell now, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. Looks like Leela rebounds the ball, throwing it over to Destiny once more. Back to Abby. Abby's going to throw it back to Destiny. Back to Abby again, going in for 3 points, and it misses, but Johanna there with the rebound. Misses as well, but she rebounds it. It's going to throw it over to Haley. Haley's going to try to find her options, going to put the ball in the basket, which is no good. Looks like number 24 for the Leopards rebounds it.
Number 32, White, was caught pushing.
Looks like number 24, Brooke Herman, will have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up. The shot is no good. Looks like Haley Morrison rebounds it, throwing it over to Macy, making her way back over to the Cougars side. Back over to Abby now. Back to Macy. Macy's going to try to find her options. Going to hand it off to Destiny. Back to Macy again. Over to Abby now. Abby trying to find her options, throwing it over to Johanna, going in for 2 points, it looks like, but is no good. Looks like Michaela hands the ball off to Taylor, making her way back over to the Leopards side. Looks like Taylor was caught traveling. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to Abby, making her way over to the Cougars side. Over to Destiny Mitchell now.
Destiny was caught traveling.
Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in into Avery, but looks like she stepped over the bounds. Turned over to the Cougars. Johanna will be throwing the ball in over to Abby. Back over to Macy now. Macy's going to try to find her options. Going to throw it over to Abby. Looks like Abby's going to throw it over to Destiny Mitchell now.
Destiny was caught traveling.
Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in to Avery, making her way over to the Leopard side. Going to put the ball in the basket, trying to put the ball in the basket, but is no good. But looks like Taylor rebounds the ball again and puts it in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Johanna now having the ball, bringing it back down, or up to the Cougar side. Abby now having the ball, trying to find her options. Going to throw it over to Haley.
Leopards number 3 was caught holding.
Ball is thrown in to Abby, over to Macy now, back to Destiny Mitchell.
And Destiny Mitchell was caught traveling.
Looks like Taylor Marvin will be throwing the ball in. Again, over to Avery, making her way over to the Leopard side. Taylor trying to find her options, throwing it over to, not Taylor, now it's over to Taylor, now it's over to Elizabeth. Trying to put the ball in the basket, which is no good.
The Leopards call a 30-second timeout.
Looks like both teams return to the court. The ball is still the Cougars, it looks like. Check that, not the Cougars, it's the Leopards. Ball is thrown into Brooke. Back over to Taylor now. Taylor trying to find her options. Going to throw it over to Michaela. Michaela's going to hand the ball over to Elizabeth. Back to Brooke. Back to Elizabeth. Over to Avery now. Over to Taylor, but the ball falls out of her hands and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars. Abby will be throwing the ball in to Johanna, making her way back up the court over to the Cougars side. Over to Abby, over to Destiny Mitchell now. Going in for 3 points, but it just barely misses. Now Michaela for the Leopards having the ball, throwing it over to Taylor. Throwing it over now to Avery, trying to find her options. Ball goes to number 24, Brooke, but looks like she stumbles over her feet. Looks like the Leopards call for a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Looks like both teams return to the court and get ready to play again. Looks like Taylor will be throwing the ball in to Avery. Avery trying to find her options, throwing it over to Elizabeth, over to Michaela now. Back to Avery. Avery's going to throw it back over to Elizabeth. Back over to Taylor now, trying to find her options. Taylor's going to hand the ball back over to Brooke. Back over to Michaela now. Over to Avery. Back to Elizabeth. Looks like Destiny Mitchell steals the ball and is going to bring the ball back down the court, or up the court. Looks like Elizabeth tries stealing the ball but runs out of bounds with it. Turnover to the ball will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Macy will be throwing the ball in to Johanna. Johanna's going to throw the ball back over to Abby now. Over to Destiny Mitchell. Back to Abby. Over to Johanna. Looks like Johanna puts the ball in the basket, which is good for a few points. Now number 10, Taylor, having the ball, thrown over to Michaela. Over to Elizabeth now. Back to Taylor. Taylor's going to find her options. Looks like she's going to try to put the ball in the basket, but, well, ball intended for Brooke, but it goes out of bounds against the Leopards. Ball will be turned over to the Cougars. Ball is thrown into Abby, making her way back up the court over to the Cougars side. Looks like she's trying to find her options, thrown over to Destiny, back to Abby. Abby's trying to put the ball in the basket, but it's no good. Looks like Marvin rebounds the ball, bringing it back over to the Leopards side.
Jump ball, it is the Leopards' possession.
Number 10, Taylor will be throwing the ball back over to Avery. Back to Taylor, over to Avery once more, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Haley rebounds the ball, bringing it back over to the Cougar side. Hands it off to Abby. Over to Destiny Mitchell now, trying to find her options. Throwing it over to Abby. Abby puts the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Taylor now having the ball, bringing it back down the court over to the Leopard side. Throwing it over to Avery. Over to Elizabeth now, trying to find her options. Over to Avery once more. Going to put the ball in the basket, attempt to put the ball in the basket for 2 points, but it's no good.
Out on the Leopards, it is the Cougars' ball.
Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in. Intended for Haley, but looks like Elizabeth steals the ball. And tries putting it in the basket for 2 points, but it's no good. Looks like number 13 for the Cougars collided arms with number 3, Elizabeth. Looks like she will have an opportunity to get a point or two for her team. First shot is no good. Elizabeth will have one more opportunity. The ball is up. The second shot is good for a point for the Leopards. Johanna now having the ball, bringing it back up the court over to the Cougar side. Now Haley having it. Going to throw it over to Destiny. Looks like Brooks steals the ball from Destiny, bringing it over to the Leopards side.
White number 3 was caught pushing. No, black number 3 was caught pushing.
Basically, have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up. The first shot is good for a point. Basically, we'll have one more opportunity to get a point for our team. Ball is up. Second shot is good. Looks like Michaela will be throwing the ball over to Taylor. Taylor's going to throw the ball over to Brooke. Johanna rebounded the ball after Taylor missed.
Black number 3 was caught pushing. Possible 2 shots for the Cougars.
Johanna will have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up. The first shot is no good.
White number 15 was caught pushing.
Looks like number 25, Michaela, will have the opportunity to get a point or two for her team. Ball is up, and the first shot is no good. Michaela will have the opportunity to have one more opportunity to get another point for her team. Ball is up. The second shot is no good. Looks like Taylor Marvin will be throwing the ball in to Michaela. Michaela's going to try to put the ball in the basket for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Brooke Herman and Haley Morrison fall to the ground with the ball. Looks like Johanna will be throwing the ball in to Haley. But it looks like the Cougars call a timeout. "30-second timeout," that is. Both teams return to the court, get ready for the last 15 seconds of the game. Looks like Johanna Bowman will be throwing the ball back in to Macy Wilsey, making her way back over to the Cougar side. Over to Abby, back over to Destiny now. Macy will throw the ball back in over to Johanna. Over to Destiny Mitchell now. That is the end of the game. Your score is 37 Cougars, 33 Leopards. We will be back in about 15 minutes for the boys JV game. Welcome back to the varsity boys lacrosse Leopards and Otis-Bison Cougars not battle, but game. We will announce the starters here shortly. First up for the Leopards, you have number 3, Caden Morgan. First up for the Cougars, you have number 2, Christian Roth. Next up for the Leopards, you have number 5, Gage Burke. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 3, Riley Polly. Next up for the Leopards, you have number 10, Colby Stoll. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 10, Dalton Regan. Next up for the Leopards, you have number 50, Chet Irving. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 11, Easton Juneau. Last up for the Leopards, you have number 55, Logan Skillett. Last up for the Cougars, you have number 14, Peyton Butler. Looks like both teams get ready for the tip-off. Ball is up. It looks like it will be with number 3, Caden Morgan. Over to the Leopard side. Caden will be passing the ball off to Logan Skillett. Back over to ball intended for 5, Gage Burke. Now Peyton Butler having it. Throwing it over to Dalton Regan. Dalton's going in for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Chet Irving having the ball. Handing it off to Caden Morgan. Running back over to the Leopard side. Leopard looks like Gage is going to try to go for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Dalton will be throwing the ball over to Peyton. Over to Easton Juneau, now over to Riley. Riley's making his way over to the Cougar side. He's going to throw it over to Dalton, back over to Peyton now. Peyton going in for 3 points, and it is good. Looks like Chet now having the ball. It looks like he will be throwing it in to number 3, Caden, making his way over to the Leopard side. Caden's going to throw it over to Colby. Colby's going to throw it over to Chet, and Chet's going in for 3 points, and it is no good. But it looks like Gage is trying to put the ball back in the basket for 2 points, but also is no good. Peyton Butler bringing the ball back down the court over to the Cougar side, handing off to Dalton Regan, back to Peyton, back to Dalton once more, over to Riley. Riley's going to throw it over to Peyton, going in for 3 points now, but is no good. Easton Juneau with the rebound, throwing it back to Riley. Peyton now having the ball, putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Looks like Caden's making his way back up the court to the Leopard side. Looks like he's going to throw the ball over to Chet, over to Gage now, back to Chet, over to Logan Skillett now, over to Colby, going for 3 points, which is good. Dalton Regan going back to the Cougar side. He looks like he's going to throw the ball over to Easton, going in for 2 points, which is also good. Looks like Caden making his way back up the court. Going to throw it over to Chet. Now over to Gage. Gage is going to throw it over to Logan Skillett, put it in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Ball is with Peyton now, intended for Easton, but looks like Gage steals it, but is going to put the ball in the basket. But it looks like he is caught traveling. Looks like Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball over to Riley Pauly. Now over to Dalton Regan. Dalton's going to throw it over back to Peyton. Now Peyton's going to find his options. Looks like Colby is going to steal the ball from Peyton and throw it over to Caden. Now number 5, Gage has it. He's going to throw it over to Logan Skillett. Looks like there's a call on the court. Looks like number 5, Gage Burke, was caught hitting one of the Cougars in the back of the head. Looks like Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball over to Dalton Regan. Back over to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw it over to Riley. Now over to Peyton once more. Looks like Colby tries stealing the ball, but Peyton keeps it. Peyton's trying to go for 2 points, but it's no good. It looks like Logan Skillett throws it over to Caden. Caden's going to try to go for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like number 55, Logan Skillett, was caught pushing. Peyton Butler now having the ball, bringing it back down the court to the Cougar side. Over to Dalton Regan, over to Easton Juno. Ball is handed off to Peyton Butler, but looks like Easton Juno was pushed to the ground. Looks like Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in to Christian Roth, over to Riley Pauly, over to Peyton, back over to Dalton Regan, now going in for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Caden rebounds the ball and is bringing it back up the court over to the Leopards side. Caden's going to throw it over to Colby, over to Chet, now going in for 3 points, but is no good. Dalton Regan with the rebound, bringing it back down the court to the Cougar side. Over to Riley Pauly now, trying to find his options. Throwing over to Christian. Christian throwing over to Easton, but the ball almost goes in the basket. But now number 3, Caden Morgan, has the ball, bringing it back up the court to the Leopards side. Over to number 2, Devin Brunn. Looks like the ball went out of bounds against the Cougars. It will remain with the Leopards. Looks like Caden will be throwing the ball in to number 20, over to number 50, which is Chet. Now back to Caden. Caden's going to try to find his options. Going to throw it over to Colby. Colby's going to try to put the ball in for 3 points, but is no good. Looks like Riley Pauly was caught pushing. Caden Morgan will have the opportunity to throw the ball in over to Colby. Colby's going to hand it back over to Caden. Caden is trying to find his options. Throwing over to Chet, going in for 3 points, and it is good. Peyton Butler now bringing the ball back down the court to the Cougar side. Over to Hayden Morrison now. Back over to Riley. Riley's going to try to find his options. It looks like the Cougars call a timeout. "30-second timeout. Looks like the Leopards return to the court, as well do the Cougars. Looks like Riley Pauly will be throwing the ball in to Peyton Butler. Peyton's going to throw the ball over to Hayden. He's going to find his options. He'll throw it over to Dalton. Dalton's going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Now number 3, Hayden Morgan has the ball, bringing it back down or up the court over to the Leopard side. Going to throw the ball over to Chet, going in for 3 points. Ball goes in, which is good. Looks like Peyton's going to make his way back down the court, throwing it over to Hayden. Hayden's going to find his options. Looks like he's going to throw it back to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw it over to Riley. Back to Dalton. Looks like Devin steals the ball, but there's a call on the court. Looks like Riley Pauly was caught pushing. It looks like Devin will be throwing the ball in to Colby, over to Caden now. Caden's going to try to find his options, throw it over to Colby, back to Caden. Caden's going to go for 3 points, and it is just barely misses. Hayden Morrison with the rebound, bringing up the ball back down the court. Ball intended for Peyton Butler, but just misses his hand and falls out of bounds. Peyton Butler is going to throw the ball over to Dalton Regan, intended for Hayden, but ball falls out of his hands, and now Caden Morgan has the ball, bringing it back up the court, over to number 21, Brandon Schmidt. Looks like Peyton will be throwing the ball off to Dalton Regan, making their way back down the court, over to Jake Hoopengardner. Jake's trying to go for 3 points, it looks like, but just barely misses. Devin steals the ball and hands it off to Caden, making his way back up the court over to the Leopard side. Caden's going to try to put the ball in the basket, but it looks like Peyton is there to grab the ball and take it back down the court over to the Cougar side. Peyton's going to try to put the ball in the basket, but it's no good. Looks like Logan Skillet throws the ball over to Colby. He's making his way back up the court. He's going to throw the ball over to Caden, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. Logan Skillet with the rebound, trying to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Dalton Regan making his way back down the court, throwing it over to Peyton. Back over to Dalton. Dalton's going to throw it over to Peyton. Now over to Jake Hoopengardner, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. Caden Morgan now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Caden's going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is no good. Looks like Peyton Butler's there with the rebound, bringing it back down the court. He's going to try to put the ball in the basket, but looks like number 10 steals it, but he's caught traveling. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in to Dalton Regan, going in for 2 points, which is good for 2 points. Number 3, Caden Morgan bringing the ball back up the court, over to Chet, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses. Looks like the ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Ball will remain with the Leopards. Ball is thrown in to Devin, over to Colby. Colby's going to try to find his options. He's going to try to put the ball in the basket, but it's no good. There's a call on the court. Looks like the call is against Dalton Regan. First ball is up, and it is good. Looks like Colby will have one opportunity to get another point for his team. Ball is up, and it is good for the second shot. Looks like Peyton Butler is going to bring the ball back down the court, over to the Cougar side, over to Hayden. Hayden's going to try to find his options, throwing it over to Jake. Ball, it looks like number 23, Devin, steals the ball, but falls out of bounds with it. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Jake Hubengartner will be throwing the ball in over to Peyton. Payton's going to be making his way back down the court over to Hayden. Hayden's going to throw the ball off to Peyton, to Christian, putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Looks like Caden Morgan now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. Trying to find his options, going to put the ball in the basket for 3 points, which is good. That is the end of the first quarter. Your score is Cougars 13, Leopards 18. We will be back in about a minute. It looks like both teams return to the court. Looks like the Cougars will be starting off with the ball this time. Looks like Peyton will be throwing the ball in over to Dalton. Over back to Peyton. Back over to Dalton once more. Over to Hayden, going in for 3 points, just barely missing. Looks like number 3, Caden, making his way back up the court. Ball back over to Caden after receiving it from number 5. Chet Irving now having the ball. Going to throw the ball intended for Logan Skillett, but now Gage Burke having the ball, throwing it over to Colby. Colby's going to throw it back to Caden, going in for 3 points, which is good. Now Dalton Regan throwing the ball back over to Peyton, throwing it back to Dalton once more, going over to Easton Juneau. Ball intended for Peyton Butler. Makes the ball's way over to him, but over to Dalton Regan now. Back over to Hayden, over to Dalton once more. Back to Hayden, trying to find his options. Back to Dalton, over to Peyton, going for 3 points, and it is no good. Looks like Colby throwing the ball over to Caden, making his way back up the court. Caden trying to find his options. Looks like he's going to throw the ball over to Chet, going to the inside to number 5, Gage Burke. Puts the ball up, but is no good. Looks like Gage Burke will have the opportunity to get a point or two for his team. Ball is up. First shot is no good. Gage will have one more opportunity for another point for his team. Ball is up. The second shot is good for a Leopards point. Hayden throws the ball back over to Dalton. Back to Hayden once more. over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to find his options. Throw it over to Hayden, or Christian, but looks like Peyton is caught double dribbling, I believe. Looks like Colby will be throwing the ball in over to Caden, making his way back up the court. Caden's going to try to find his options. Going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is good for a Leopards 2-point. Peyton Butler having the ball, throwing it over to Hayden, making his way over to Easton Juno now. Putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Looks like the Leopards call a 30-second timeout. Looks like both teams return to the court. Gage throws the ball in to Caden. Caden's making his way back up the court. So there's a call against Caden. Turnover to the Cougars. Looks like Dalton Regan will be throwing the ball in to Peyton Butler. Peyton making his way up the court, or down the court. Turnover to the Leopards, apparently. Colby will be throwing the ball in to Caden. Over to Gage now. Back to Caden, over to Chet now. Chet throws the ball over to Colby. Looks like Christian Roth was caught pushing. Looks like Caden will be throwing the ball back to Gage, and now it's back to Caden. Caden's going to throw it back to Gage and over to Chet now, going for 3 points, just barely missing. Dalton Regan with the rebound. Call on the court against the Leopards. Against number 10, Colby. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Peyton Butler making his way down the court and throwing the ball off to Dalton Regan. Dalton's going to throw the ball over to Peyton. Over to Hayden now, trying to back over to Peyton. Peyton's going to try to find his options, throwing it over to Dalton Regan. Back to Hayden, over to Peyton once more. Going over to Dalton Regan, trying to put the ball in for the basket for 2 points. But it's no good. Easton Juno with the rebound, but also no good. Now Caden Morgan having the ball, trying to put the ball in the basket for 3 points, but is also not good. Peyton Butler having the ball, bringing it back down the court, over to Hayden. Looks like the Cougars call for a full timeout. It looks like the Leopards return to the court, as well do the Cougars. Looks like Dalton Regan will be throwing the ball back in over to Peyton. Peyton's going to find his options. Looks like the ball is stolen from Caden Morgan. Caden is going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Dalton Regan now having the ball, bringing it back down the court, over to the Cougar side. Over to Christian Roth, going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points for the Cougars. Caden Morgan now having the ball, bringing it back over to the Leopard side. Caden's going to try to find his options. Ball is handed off to Gage. He's trying to put the ball in the basket, but is no good. It looks like Christian Roth was caught pushing. Looks like number 3, Caden Morgan, will be throwing the ball into Devin, trying to put the ball in the basket for 3 points, but is no good. Seems to be a call on the court. Again, the call is against Black 55, Logan Skillett. He was caught pushing, I believe. Looks like Easton Juneau will have the opportunity to get a point or 2 for his team. Ball is up. The first shot is good for a point. Easton has one more opportunity for a point for his team. Ball is up. Second shot is good for another point. Colby will be throwing the ball into Caden, making his way back up the court. Caden's going to throw the ball over to Chet, going in for 3 points, and just barely misses. Dalton Regan with the ball now, making his way back down the court to the Cougar side. Ball is stolen by Caden Morgan, making his way back over to the Leopard side, putting the ball in the basket, good for 2 points. Dalton making his way back down the court to the Cougar side, throwing it over to Jake Hoopengarner. Over to Easton Juneau now, going in for 2 points, and it is good. Caden Morgan making his way back up the court. They're going to try to put the ball in the basket for 3 points, but it's no good. It falls out of bounds against the Leopards. Turnover to the Cougars. Looks like Jake will be throwing the ball in to Dalton. Dalton's going to make his way back down the court. Over to Jake. Jake's going to throw it over to, intended for Dalton Regan, but it flies over his head and falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Turnover to the Leopards. Looks like Colby will be throwing the ball in. Looks like Colby will be throwing the ball back in to Caden. Caden's making his way back up the court. And going to throw it over to Devin. Devin's going to throw it back over to Caden. Caden's going to throw it over to Colby. Colby's going to try to find his options, throwing it back over to Caden, going in for 3 points, and just barely missing. Peyton Butler with the rebound, bringing it back down the court. Back over to Jake, now back to Peyton, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Ball falls out of bounds, it looks like. The ball will remain with the Cougars. Looks like Logan Meyer will be throwing the ball over to Peyton Butler, but looks like there was a call on the court. Number 33, Connor Barger, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, was caught pushing Peyton Butler. Peyton will have the opportunity to get a point or two for his team. Ball is up. The first shot is good for the first point. Peyton will have one more opportunity to get a point for his team. The ball is up. And the second shot is good. Looks like Chet will be throwing the ball over to Caden, making his way back down the court, or up the court. Over to Colby, now back to Caden. Caden's trying to find his options. Throwing it back over to Colby. Colby's going to throw it over to Gage. Gage is going to try to go for 2 points, but it's no good. But Connor with the rebound, throwing it over to Jake Hoopengardner. But it looks like Jake Hoopengardner was caught double dribbling, apparently. Check that. Looks like there was no double dribbling. Looks like Jake will be throwing the ball in over to Dalton Regan. Now over to Peyton Butler. Over to Jake. Over to Dalton once more. Dalton going in for 3 points and just barely missing. Easton Juno with the rebound. And Dalton Regan there to receive the ball from Juno. And throwing it back to Juno once more and putting it in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Colby making his way up the court over to Gage, going in for 3 points now, and which is good for which is good. Dalton Regan now having the ball, bringing it back down the court, throwing it over to Peyton Butler. Peyton's going to put the ball in, is going to try to put the ball in the basket for 3 points, but it's no good. Caden Morgan bringing the ball back up the court, throwing it over to Chet, over to Connor now, back to Chet, over to Caden. Caden's going to throw it over to Connor once more and try to put the ball in the basket, but it's no good. Looks like the ball rolls out of bounds against the Cougars. It will remain with the Leopards. Looks like number 3, Caden Morgan, will be throwing the ball in to Logan Skillett, number 55. There's a call on the court. Looks like white 10 collided arms, or white 10, which is Dalton Regan, collided arms with number 55, Logan Skillett. Ball is up. First shot is good for a point for the Leopards. Ball is up, and it is no good for the second shot. Jake Hubengarner making his way back down the court, throwing it over to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw the ball back to Jake. Jake's going to try to find his options. Looks like Morgan steals the ball. Looks like the refs are going to discuss what happened. Looks like the ball is the Leopards. Looks like Caden Morgan will be throwing the ball in over to Colby. Colby's going to try to find his options. He's going to pass it off to Logan Skillett, try to put the ball in the basket, which is no good. Dalton Regan with the rebound, bringing it back up the court, or down the court. Throwing it over to Hayden, over to Jake, now back to Dalton. Over to Hayden once more, over to Peyton. Peyton's trying to find his options, throwing it over to Jake, back to Dalton, over to Hayden once more. Now back to Peyton. Over to Dalton. Back to Hayden, going in for 3 points and just barely missing. Caden Morgan with the rebound, bringing it back up the court. Caden's trying to find his options, it looks like. Looks like Caden's trying to wait out the clock. Throwing it over to Colby. Ball intended for Chet, but Dalton Regan with the steal, bringing it back down the court. Call on the court. Looks like Colby Stoll collided arms with Dalton Regan. Dalton Regan puts the ball up. The first shot is no good, and that's in. Caden Morgan now having the ball, bringing it back up the court, trying to put the ball in the basket. Peyton Butler now having the ball, but that is the end of the second quarter, end of the first half. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of the boys varsity game. The third quarter will begin here shortly. Looks like the Cougars will be starting off with the ball. Peyton will be throwing the ball in over to Dalton Regan. Dalton is making his way up the court over to Peyton. Back to Dalton over to Easton Juneau now, trying to find his options. Ball is turned over to the Leopards. Looks like Gage will be throwing the ball over to Caden. Caden's going to be making his way back down the court over to the Leopards side. Ball, he's going to try to put the ball in the basket, but it looks like it's no good. Dalton Regan with the rebound, bringing it over to the Cougar side. Christian Regan now. Christian Roth putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Looks like Caden is bringing the ball back down the court over to Gage. Over to Logan Skillett now, putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Dalton Regan now having the ball, bringing it back up the court. He's going to try to pass the ball over to Christian Ross. But looks like Colby tries to steal it, which he does, and it is turned over to the Leopards. Number 5, Gage Burke will be throwing the ball in over to Caden Morgan, making his way down the court. Over to Gage. Gage is going to throw it over to Logan Skillett. Puts it in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Dalton Regan now having it, throwing it over to Peyton Butler. Throwing over to Riley Pauley now. Tries to put it in the basket, but Logan Skillett stops it. And now Caden Morgan has the ball going in for 3 points, which is good for Leopard's 3-point. Now Peyton Butler having the ball, throwing it over to Dalton Regan, making his way back up the court. Hands it off to Easton Juneau, and he puts it in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Looks like the Cougars call for a 30-second timeout. Looks like the Cougars return to the court, as well do the Leopards. Looks like the Leopards get the ball, and looks like they'll be making their way back down the court. Caden having the ball, bringing it back down the court, and looks like he's going to play some fancy footwork around the Cougars. Ball intends to go in, but is no good. Looks like Dalton Regan was caught pushing. Caden Morgan will have the opportunity to get a point or two for his team. First shot is no good. He will have one more chance to get a point for his team. Ball is up. Second shot is good for a Leopard point. Dalton Regan making his way back down up the court, hands it off to Easton Juneau, over to Christian Roth. Now over to Peyton Butler, over to Dalton Regan now. Back to Peyton. Over to Christian Roth now. Hands it off to Easton Juneau. Looks like Peyton Butler now having the ball, handed off to Riley Polly. Looks like the ball is turned over to the Leopards. Caden Morgan now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Looks like he is going to hand it off to Gage. Now over to Colby. Ball intended for Gage again, but falls out of bounds against the Leopards, it looks like. Check that, it's against the Cougars. The ball will remain with the Leopards. Caden will be throwing the ball in to number 5, Gage. Over to Colby now. Colby's going to try to find his options. Intended for Logan Skillett, but Peyton Butler there with the steal, putting the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Caden Morgan making his way back down the court to the Leopard side. He's going to try to, looks like he's going to throw the ball out to Colby, which is he shoots and he is no good. Dalton Regan bringing it back up the court. Throws it over to Christian Roth, now over to Peyton, now over to Riley Polly. Over to Easton Juneau, back to Peyton, going in for 3 points, and it is no good. Gage having the ball, hands it off to Caden, making his way back up or down the court. He's trying to find his options now. He's going to try to go for 3 points, and it is no good. Number 55 is caught pushing Peyton Butler, it looks like. Turnover to the Cougars. Ball is thrown into Dalton Regan, making his way up the court. Back over to Peyton, over to Riley Polly now. Back to Dalton. Over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to try to find his options. Thrown over to Riley. Over to Dalton. Looks like there's a call on the court. Looks like Gage will be throwing the ball in to Caden Morgan, making his way down the court to the Leopard side. Caden trying to figure out his options. Throw it over to Devin. Over to Connor now. Back to Devin. Devin's trying to find his options now. Intended for Connor, but it looks like Logan Meyer accidentally throws the ball out of bounds. It will remain with the Leopards. Looks like Devin will be... Oh, looks like there's a call on the court. Turn over to the Cougars. Looks like the Leopards call for a full timeout. Your cheerleaders for the Cougars is Bailey Filer, Ava Kenyon, Taylor Croissant, Destiny Mitchell, Nevaeh McVeigh, and Kendall Dalton. There is one more cheerleader, but she is currently not here. Her name is, well, there's 2 more actually that are not there. They are Emily George and Alana McVeigh. The current score is Cougars 31, Leopards 40. Looks like both teams return to the court. The ball is the Cougars. Peyton throws the ball over to Dalton. He's making his way back up the court. Over to Hayden. Over to Easton Juneau now. Back over to Hayden, over to Dalton, over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to throw it over to Dalton, but it looks like it falls out of his hands. Peyton recovers it from the Leopards, but it looks like Dalton Regan recovers, gets it, and then he looks like he is caught traveling. Turnover to the Leopards. Looks like Caden Morgan making his way down the court. It's going to... Looks like there's a call on the court. Against the Leopards, it looks like. The call is blocking. Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in to Dalton Regan. Over back to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw the ball over to Dalton, going in for 2 points, and it is good. Caden Morgan throwing the ball back to Devin, and Devin throws it back over to Caden. Caden's going to throw it intended for Logan Skillett. Looks like there's a call on the court. Looks like one of the Leopards crossed over the center line twice with the ball. Peyton Butler now throwing the ball over to Dalton Regan, making their way over to the Cougars side. Over to Christian Roth, now over to Hayden. Number 55, Logan Skillett steals the ball. Hit it off to Caden Morgan, making his way down the court. Caden's going to try to find his options, throwing over to Devin. Devin's going in for 3 points, and it is no good. Logan Meyer tries to rebound the ball, but it looks like Hayden rebounds it instead and throws it off to Dalton Regan, making his way back up the court. Back over to Hayden, over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to try to find his options, trying to put the ball in the basket, which is no good. Connor throws the ball over to Caden Morgan, making his way back down the court. Caden trying to find his options. Looks like Caden's going to throw the ball over to Chet, but looks like Christian Ross steals it and makes his way back up the court and throw it over to Peyton Butler now. Over to Dalton, back to Peyton. Peyton's going to try. Looks like the ball is stolen from Peyton from Caden. Caden's going to throw the ball over to Devin. And they try putting it in the basket, which is no good. Hayden Morrison with the rebound, bringing it back up the court. Looks like there's a call on the court. Number 3, Caden Morgan, was caught blocking. Number 15, Hayden Morrison. Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in over to Jake Hubengarner, back to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw it over to Riley, back to Jake, over to Peyton. Ball intended for Logan Meyer, but Logan Skillett knocked it out of bounds. Peyton will be throwing the ball in to Jake Hubengarner, over to Riley now. Riley's going to throw it back to Peyton. Peyton's going to try to find his options, throwing it over to Riley once more. Riley's going to throw it back to Peyton, over to Logan Meyer now. Logan's going to try to go for 2 points. It is no good, but Riley Pauly with the rebound. But it looks like Chet steals it and hands it off to Colby, making his way back down the court. Gage now having the ball. Ball intended for Chet, but it looks like it's full. But looks like the ball is thrown out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars. Peyton Butler throws the ball in to Riley Pauly, making his way up the court. Back to Peyton. Peyton's going to try to find his options. Looks like he is going to throw it over to Riley Pauly. Over to Jake Hubengarner now. Jake's going to throw it back to Riley. Back over to Peyton, going in for 3 points. It just barely misses. Number 23, Devin, recovers the ball and hands it off to Colby, making his way back down the court. Colby is going to throw the ball over to Devin, going in for 3 points, it looks like. Just barely misses. Logan Skillett with the rebound. But it looks like Peyton Butler steals it and making his way back up the court. Peyton is going to try to put the ball in the basket, but is no good. It looks like 23 recovers it, but it falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Ball will remain with the Leopards. Looks like Devin will be throwing the ball in to Colby, making his way down the court to the Leopard side. He almost puts the ball in the net, but is no good. And Peyton Butler throwing the ball over to Jake Hoopengartner. Back to Peyton, over to Easton Juneau, back over to Jake once more. Jake's trying to find his options. Going to throw it over to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw it back to Jake. Jake's going to throw it back to Peyton again, over to Riley now. Riley's going to throw it across the court over to Jake Hoopengartner, back over to Peyton. Peyton's going to now find his options. He's going to bring it over to Riley Pauly, going in for 3 points. It just barely misses. Logan Meyer with trying to rebound the ball, but it falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Turnover to the Leopards. Colby will be throwing the ball across the court over to number 5, Gage, but he doesn't seem to catch it. That is the end of the third quarter. We will be back for the fourth quarter here in about a minute. Your score is 33 Cougars, 40 Leopards. Looks like the Cougars and the Leopards return to the court. And it looks like the Cougars will be starting off with the ball again this time. Peyton throws the ball in over to Dalton. Dalton's going to make his way up the court. It's a call on the court against the Leopards. Ball will remain with the Cougars. Ball thrown over to Dalton Regan from Peyton. Dalton's going to try to find his options. Throwing it to Easton Juneau, over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to try to go for 2 points, and it is no good, but Easton Juneau with the rebound, throwing it over to Peyton, over to Christian, now back to Dalton. Dalton's trying to find his options, throwing it over to Peyton Butler. Peyton Butler's going to throw the ball over to Dalton Regan, going in for 2 points, and it is good. Gage is going to be throwing the ball over to Caden. He's trying to find his options now, making it his way down the court. Caden's going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Dalton Regan making his way back up the court. Throwing the ball over to Easton Juneau. Easton trying to find his options, passing it back over to Dalton. Dalton's going to try to go for 2 points. But looks like there's a call on the court. Leopards 55. Logan Skillett was caught pushing. Ball was thrown in to Dalton Regan. Dalton's going in for 2 points, but just barely misses. He rebounds the ball, throws it over to Riley Pauly. Now over to Peyton Butler. Over to Easton now. Back over to Peyton. Peyton's going in for 3 points, and he makes it good for the 3 points. Caden Morgan making his way back down the court. And he's going to throw the ball over to Chet, over to Logan Skillett now, over to Connor. Back to Logan Skillett. Ball falls out of bounds against the Leopards. Turnover to the Cougars. Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in over to Dalton Regan, making his way up the court and throws it back to Peyton, now back to Dalton. Over to Riley Pauley now, over to Easton Juno going in for 2 points, in which is good for a Cougars 2-point. Caden Morgan making his way back down the court, trying to assess his options. Going in for 3 points, it looks like, and just barely misses. Peyton Butler with the rebound, bringing it back up the court. Over to Dalton Regan now, back to Peyton, over to Riley Pauley, over to Easton Juno now, going in for 2 points, but doesn't seem to be good. But there seems to be a call on the court. Gage Burke was caught blocking Easton Juno. Ball is up. The shot is no good for the first point. Easton Juno will have one more opportunity for another point for his team. Ball is up. The second shot is good for a Cougar point. Colby will be throwing the ball over to Devin. Now over to Caden Morgan, making his way down the court. Looks like the ball is thrown over to Chet. Chet's going to throw it back over to Gage. Gage is going to try to find his options, but it looks like the ball falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars. Check that. The ball is not the Cougars. It is the Leopards. There is a timeout on the court. Again, looks like the Leopards called it. Looks like both teams return to the court and get ready to play. The ball is the Leopards. Number 3, Caden Morgan, will be throwing the ball in to Colby. Colby's now trying to find his options. He's going to hand it off to Caden. Back over to Colby. Over to Chet now, trying to find his options. Back to Colby, back to Chet, over to Caden. Caden is going to try to find his options. Throwing it back over to Colby, going for 3 points, but is no good. Easton Juno with the rebound, handed off to Peyton Butler, making his way up the court to the Cougar side. Over to Dalton Regan, back to Peyton. Peyton's trying to find his options, throwing it over to Riley. Riley is going to throw it back to Peyton. Peyton is going to throw it over to Dalton. Looks like the ball is stolen by Logan Skillett, and thrown over to Caden Morgan, making their way down the court over to the Leopard side. Ball is thrown back over to, stolen by the Cougars, but is stolen back by number 10, Colby, making his way back down the court to the Leopard side, handing it off to Caden. Caden's going to try to go for 2 points, but it's no good. Peyton Butler with the rebound, bringing it back up the court. Over to Dalton Regan now. Dalton's going to try to find his options, throwing it over to Easton Juno. Juno's going to throw it back over to Dalton, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Caden Morgan now having the ball, bringing it back down the court to the Leopard side. Caden looks like he's going to hand the ball off to Colby, over to Chet now. Chet's going to find his options. Throwing it over to Colby. Colby is going to throw it over to Devin. Devin's going to try to go in for 2 points, but is no good. Call on the court. White 14, Peyton Butler was caught blocking. Ball is up, and it is no good. Devin has one more opportunity to get another point for his team. Ball is up. Second shot is also not good. Dalton Regan with the rebound, making his way back up the court. Over to Peyton Butler now. Back to Dalton. Dalton's going to throw it to Easton Juno. Over to Peyton once more, going in for 3 points, and it is no good. Easton Juno trying to rip the ball out of Chet's hands, but it looks like the ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Colby will be throwing the ball into Caden Morgan, making his way down the court to the Leopard side. Ball is going to be thrown over to Chet. Chet's going to find his options, throwing it over to Colby. Looks like Colby is going to put the ball in the basket, which is good for 2 points. Dalton Regan now having it, bringing it up the court. Over to Riley Pauley. Riley's going to find his options. Number 23, Devin, was caught blocking. Easton Juno, it looks like. Ball is thrown into Easton Juno, over to Christian Roth now. Back over to Peyton Butler. Peyton's going to throw it over to Riley Pauley. Back over to Dalton. Over to Peyton, going in for 3 points, but is no good. Chet Irving with the rebound, handed off to Colby, making his way down the court. Colby's trying to find his options. He's going to hand it off to Caden. Caden's was going to try to put the ball in the basket, but is no good. It slips out of his hands and falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars. Peyton's going to pass the ball off to Dalton, making his way down the court, or up the court. Over to Riley Pauley now. Back to Dalton, back to Riley. Riley's going to find his options, thrown over to Peyton Butler, back to Dalton. Over to Riley once more. Back to Dalton. Over to Peyton. Peyton's going to try to put the ball in the basket for 2 points, which is good. Seems to be a call on the court. Ball is thrown in. Caden Morgan making his way down the court. Trying to find his options. Over to Chet, going in for 3 points. Just barely misses, but Logan Skillett with the rebound. Tries putting it in as well, but is also not good. Chet Irving with now having it, but is no good. Ball goes out of bounds, it looks like. Looks like the ball is still the Leopards. Caden will be throwing the ball in over to Logan Skillett, but looks like Caden was caught stepping over the line. Turnover to the Cougars. Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in to Dalton Regan, making his way up the court. Dalton's going to pass the ball over to Riley. Riley's going to throw it over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to throw it to the inside to Easton Juno. Looks like the ball falls out of bounds. Number 55, Logan Skillett accidentally threw the ball out of bounds. Ball Cougars. Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in over to Riley Pauly. Intended for Christian Roth, but Chet Irving steals it. Ball intended for Colby, but Dalton Regan now stealing it, bringing it back up to the Cougars side. Over to Peyton Butler. Peyton is going to throw the ball over to Dalton. Dalton's going to find his options, throwing it over to Riley Pauly. Riley is going to throw it back to Dalton. Over to Peyton now. Peyton's going to find his options. Throwing it, not throwing, but he's going to toss it over to Riley. Looks like Devin gets the ball now and is going to pass it off to Colby. Colby's going to make his way down the court to the Leopard side. Ball is handed off to Caden Morgan, trying to find his options. Over to Devin now, going in for 3 points, which is no good. Riley Pauly with the rebound, throwing it over to Peyton Butler. Peyton's going to try to go in for 2 points, but it looks like there's a call on the court. Looks like Colby was caught holding on Peyton Butler. Peyton Butler will have the opportunity to get a point or two for his team. Ball is up. The first shot is good for a Cougar point. Peyton Butler has one more chance to get a point for his team. Ball is up. The second shot is no good. It looks like Gage rebounds the ball and hands it off to Caden. Looks like the Leopards call for a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. Looks like both teams return to the court. The ball is still the Leopards, it looks like. Gage will be throwing the ball in over to Caden. Caden's going to throw it over to Logan Skillett now, trying to find his options, trying to put the ball in the basket. No good. It looks like he tries to rebound the ball. And it is no good. Peyton Butler now taking the ball, bringing it up the court, throwing it over to Dalton Regan. Dalton's going to throw it over to Riley Pauly. Looks like the Cougars also call for a full timeout. The Leopards return to the court, as well do the Cougars. There is 33 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Dalton Regan will be throwing the ball in to Peyton Butler. Back over to Dalton. Dalton's trying to find his options. Over to Peyton again. Peyton's going to throw it back over to Dalton. Back to Peyton. Payne's going to throw it back to Dalton. Dalton's going to go in for 2 points, but it's no good. Caden Morgan now having the ball, bringing it back down the court. Going to try to throw it over to Chet. Looks like the Leopards call for a full timeout. Looks like the Cougars return to the court, as well do the Leopards. 5 seconds, or about 6 seconds remaining on the clock. The ball is the Leopards still. Caden Morgan will be throwing the ball in over to Gage. Gage trying to find his options, going to try to put the ball in the basket, which is good. Which is good for 2 points, and that is the end of the game. Your score is Cougars 44, Leopards 46. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for tonight's game. Next week is the Hoisington Winter Jam. So tune in for that if you can. That is all for tonight.